the intro music. Doopy doopy doo, be doo. Doobie doobie doo, be doo. Doobie doobie doo, be doo be doo. Dee 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 dee. My name's Blades, and welcome to the Programming Club. Now we've done the mic test. Yeah, look at this, guys. I'm actually going to do it. Bugs. We're going to do a talk by Blades, the cantankerous old git. And today's subject is bugs. And you're going to have a shock. Now, before we go there are things we need to do for the club. Yes, it's now officially a club. One of the first things I would like to do for our club is to allow you people to contact me. Okay, so this is a fresh update for the Games Club. Because the Games Club is not about me writing a game, it's about you wanting to either learn to write games, and basically I will do what you want. I'm going to be writing a game in the background if people don't ask me to do anything else. So, do we have Discord? No. No. Download for Windows. This is for you. You're going to think, now, hold on a minute, he doesn't want subscriptions, he doesn't want money. How are we going to get invited to Discord? I haven't thought about that. If anybody's got any ideas, let me know. Oh dear. I only thought about this last night, and I decided it's a bad idea. But it does mean that when I'm not streaming, I can still be in contact. Oh. I wanted to download. Oh, there you go. Hey, why can't I drag things? Oops, that's disappeared now. It's here. So, tomorrow, it gives you 24 hours to think about it, peeps, how you want Discord to work. It also gives me 24 hours on thinking how the hell I want the Discord to work. But we are going to make it, now that I have time to do so. Alright, I do need this to stay up, so don't close it. Oh, it's here as well. Isn't that cute? Why does it do that? I don't know. The talk for today, bugs. This is a shocker. I'm hoping I've left bugs alone because this is the one subject I know most about. Because it used to be my job to get rid of people's bugs. As a systems analyst, that's what I specialised in. I took the problems that people were putting into systems and I removed them, streamlining the systems and removing the bugs. Now, that's what I used to do. I am not going to be talking today as a systems analyst for once. For the first time since this stream has turned into a games programming club, for the very first time, I'm going to talk to you as a programmer, which is where I started. I started as a programmer. I became a systems analyst. I keep saying it wrong. Goddamn dyslexia. People would say that dyslexia doesn't help you program. It does, because it helps you mix things up algebraically inside your own mind, sometimes by accident coming out with fantastic results. It's a bonus to be dyslexic if you are a programmer. As a programmer, have I ever released a piece of software with a bug in it? Now remember, I'm only going to tell you the truth. And the answer is, I have never, ever in my entire life written, released, or made a piece of software with bugs in. And that is why this is going to be a shocker. That's to give you the context of my viewpoint. We now need to give the talk a context. Alright, you can do yourself some calculations here. I'm 55 in July. 55 years old in July. I am retiring this year. Okay? I started programming, or became a programmer, at the age of 13. 42 years, and I've never programmed a bug. You might say that's some kind of achievement. In fact, when we go through the context, you're going to understand why I just said what I said. And that is truthful, actually, unfortunately. I spent 3 hours rummaging through my photographic memory last night, trying to find any bugs that I ever wrote and released. And there weren't any. And you're going to find out why today, and why that is true. You're going to find out, and it's going to shock your bloody cotton socks off. You're also going to find out why I am a systems analyst. Context. You can do a calculation, and the result of a calculation is that every 5 years and this is actually a fact, the number... I only do facts, I don't do fiction. I don't do... I'm not here to give you my opinion. It's not my job. You can get your opinion from YouTube and idiots with clickbait. I'm not going there. That's not what I do. This is a games club. It's for you. Every 5 years, the number of programmers is it double M? Nah, it can't be double M. It is. I would never have guessed that in a million years. The number of programmers doubles. This is an actual statistical fact. Mind you, when you say the word statistical, that precludes that whatever you're about to follow that word with is not a fact. It's a made-up statistic to prove or bend the truth. So this is actually not a statistical fact, this is an actual fact. It has been calculated and estimated, and no matter what they do, they have discovered, it's not exactly every 5 years, but roughly speaking, every 5 years the number of programmers, must be more than one then, doubles. That's an exponential curve. If there were 100,000 programmers 5 years ago, that would mean that today there are 200,000 programmers. I wonder how many programmers there are in the world today. I think it runs probably at 1 billion. Now, obviously, this cannot continue. We will run out of people to become programmers. And then everybody will be a programmer, because programming will be made so easy that even a child of 3 can do it. And actually, that state of affairs is already true. There are programming languages designed for 3-year-olds. They are visual, and they involve moving blocks around of pre-programmed code and making a logic diagram on screen which you can run. And these are learning tools for kids. They exist. They have existed for quite a number of years. It's nothing new. What makes a programmer? A programmer is somebody who has a viewpoint and has learnt to exercise their viewpoint in something called code. Each programmer will probably have their own favourite code language because of their viewpoint and the way they want to program. There's your context. What's this got to do with bugs? Well, what we have just said means that currently 50% of programmers have less than 5 years experience programming. So, today's date is, well, we're in 2022. Okay, we have to say that for the context. Yes, I can also write backwards. Yeah, okay. The word is after. What is the state of the industry today? The state of the programming industry today is in a constant state of inexperience. An experienced programmer is highly sought after, very employable, and if one joins a company, that person is a legend. Sorry, a legend. Can't call them a legend, they are a leg end, because it is their legs upon which that company will stand. Because they will know the most about what programming is, what it means, and how to go about constructing applications in a fashion that is sustainable. A programmer with more than 5 years of experience is so valuable, it is untrue, because they have probably finished and published an application, not a game, an application. In the games industry, yeah, possibly a game. But nowadays, games are applications anyway. They always want money, don't they? There's a very grey area there. What's this got to do with bugs? Let's ask a question. So in 2022, 50% of programmers, if I could spell the word learnt, L-E-A-R. I think there's an R. Yeah, there is, isn't there? I've got a letter missing here somewhere. Let me find it. I have to recall a picture of the word. Is that it? That's the picture I'm being given in my mind. Learnt or learned? Thank you. God for Google. Alright, we're in success here. So what is the question we are going to need to ask about bugs? Was there a time before bugs? Now, anything that I say in response to that question needs to be proved, and that's what this talk is about. Was there a time when bugs didn't exist? You know the answer, don't you? You don't need me to tell you the answer, because I'm talking about it. So the answer is obvious. Here's your answer. It's an obvious answer. Did Babbage have bugs in his programs? No. When I started programming, there weren't bugs. There was a time when we only had programming errors. Those programming errors, the kids who came after us wanted to be hip and trendy and started calling them bugs. They're not bugs, they are programming errors. The kids didn't know what they were talking about. They didn't have the experience to know the difference. In today's programming community, errors and bugs are interchangeable. The words are today interchangeable. They both exist and are actually independent. An error is a mistake a programmer makes. Luckily, an error usually terminates the program through the compiler detection system with an error code. Doesn't always. Have I ever produced a program with errors in it? Yes. So, what we now need to know is, what is the true difference between errors and bugs? And there's a huge one. It's ownership. So errors equals the programmer's mistakes. We all make mistakes, we're human. Bugs equals the introduction. Got it. Blooming hand slipped on that one. Introduction of undefined behavior from external interactions and run out of space. Interactions with your app, with your program. There's an ownership issue there. I sometimes name these, and I think the industry does too, side effects. So I'll put that in there. That's grouped in there as well. Okay. Side effects are the source of bugs. There is no ownership. Errors are programmers making mistakes. There is ownership. There's a hell of a big difference in that. Bugs don't belong to us. Errors do. We can correct errors, but we can only create bugs. We can't fix them. We can patch them. We can create workarounds for them. But we can't fix them. That's the other part of the difference between errors and bugs. An error can be corrected. A bug cannot. When Windows 95 was released, there were over 3,000 bugs in that program. How many bugs are in Windows today? Hell of a lot more. We had a talk the other day on hacking that included a small section on hacking and the Microsoft Exchange 0-day bug, which was created, an undefined behavior was created within the login security system when the program was created. It wasn't found out until last year. The program was how many years old? It was written in... Well, it was 25 years old, wasn't it? Yeah, 1997. So the bug was created in 1997. It was found last year. It was not fixed. It was patched. The code was not rewritten, the code was patched. There's a big difference. Coffee. I think we've done our serious bit now. Let's do some fun. I said I'm going to have to prove this, didn't I? How would you like to be a programmer today and write a bug-free program? Now you know what a bug is. I want to ask you the question. If you are interested in this talk and you have listened so far, I think you might be that programmer that wants to program without bugs. Because it's obviously possible. It's not easy, but it's possible. And I'm going to tell you how to do it. That's what this talk is about. How to create bug-free programs. This is what... The talk isn't about the bugs themselves. The bugs are irrelevant. How the bugs come about is very relevant. You might say, but the bugs are due to people making errors in the programs. No, actually, they're not. It's quite the reverse. The bugs came about because people didn't make errors in their programs. That's a bit of a paradox, isn't it? Let's look at the history. Let's do a bit of research. Let's find out and prove the word yes. Was there a time before bugs? Oh my God, yes there was. And it was so much easier. And in fact, it could be easier today if you wanted it to be. It could be a 3-year-old can do it. Let's have a look. I've prepared a page for this. Here we go. Released on the 12th of August 1981, MS-DOS. Final release was... Oh yeah, we'll talk about that for a second as well. Released on the 12th of August 1981. So in 1981, Microsoft released MS-DOS for PCs. This was during a time when the PCs did not hold the market for computers. There was Commodore with the Amiga 500, the Commodore 64. There was the BBC, Model A, Model B. There was Atari. I can't remember their numbers. I never really did get interested in them, but they had a fantastic graphics chip on them. I think that graphics chip is now owned by Apple. And is the forerunner to designs for the Apple Mac graphics system and why it's so good. I digress. So, it was written in assembly, and its final release, it was last updated on the 15th of September 2000. 22 years ago. No, 21 years and a bit. 21 and a half years ago. Let's call it that. That's better. That's fairer. So 21 and a half years ago, Microsoft made their last operating system. You can see it here. There you go. This is Microsoft 8. The thing that they've been selling us over and over and over again repeatedly since the year 2000. So there you go, it's on your computer if you've got Windows installed. Isn't it lovely? Isn't it huge? Ironically, it's the best bit of programming they've done. Because it doesn't have bugs in it. It's got errors in it, but it ain't got bugs in it. Oh, Microsoft, you are so silly. Microsoft Microsoft's operating system is not bugged. The application or layer that they placed on top of the operating system, called Windows, is so full of bugs, it's untrue. What happened? Well, the answer is the diversity of home computers. The market crumbled. The PC took over. And Microsoft took over the PC. Not a bad thing. I'm not saying that Microsoft is the big evil. That's the way that our system works. It wasn't because the PC was better than these other computers. It was because the PC was advertised better than these other systems. You see, all of these other systems had one thing in common. They were fixed systems. The motherboard had a CPU, a graphics chip on it. Usually had set memory, non-interchangeable. They lacked the ability to update. The PC, however, comes in bits and pieces. And, well, you can interchange those bits and pieces. And I found out what happened to the internet in, I think it was when the IPv6 came in, because I've been wondering about that. It was plug and play that caused the main upgrade of the internet over the years, plug and play. But it also comes into this story and is very relevant to this story. So, the last time we saw bug-free code was 1985. So let me just go forward. 1981, 4 years later. 4 years later, the first bug was introduced into programming as Microsoft was preparing the PCs to take over the world. At this stage, they still hadn't done so. But by 1995, we know it happens. So between 1981 and 1995, in those 14 years, Microsoft hammers home to the general public, hey, you could buy this today and it's future-proof. We know that now to be an advertising lie. But that was the goal of Microsoft. They wanted to produce a machine which you could buy today and it would last your lifetime, as you could upgrade it over the years as new technology came along. Unfortunately, they didn't control, at that stage, the industries that made the motherboards, the memory chips, the graphics cards, the fan systems. They didn't even know LEDs were going to exist. They didn't know what was going to happen. They just wanted this brilliant idea, and they thought it was the best idea for the consumer, and the consumer agreed with them. Putting all of those other computers into devaluation, basically out of date as soon as they were produced and put on the shelf. They became obsolete. And that's why the PC won. Brilliant idea. And in fact, it's that same idea that I am now trying to generate in code. But that's beside the point. For role-playing games, anyway. So this story starts with the first bug ever being introduced on... when? The 6th of November 1985, the first bug was released into the wild. They didn't know it was there, or the other 2,500 bugs were there, but they released it. They didn't have any concept of a bug. They knew what errors were, and that they could cope with. They could fix errors. But something new evolved into computing, something that couldn't exist in a 1 and 0 system. Computers rely on binary, a 1 or 0 state, yet there is a hidden third state. It's called the side effect. And that's due to the way hardware works. There is something between 0 and 1. It takes time to switch a memory from 0 to 1. So at the start and the finish of that time, what is the value of that memory cell? It is the third option, undefined. And that's why we call it undefined behavior. And that's where the first bug was introduced, because this is memory intensive. Whereas previously, our applications were not memory intensive. They were mainly pre-interfaced by assembler language, as you're going to find out in a bit when I talk about how to create bug-free software. They were prefaced by assembler language, and every application or game, actually every game on the Amiga, came with a boot-up disk. That's right, you would boot your computer into a game, not the desktop. Hold on a minute. That means every game that was sold on the Amiga had its own operating system on the disk. And that disk size was 1 megabyte. It held a game, an operating system, and all of what we would now call the drivers, the interfaces for the system. Now we could do that because the Amiga 500, for example, not just the Amiga, but any of those machines, for example, that were static, were exactly that, static. We could access on every single Amiga 500 the same registry address and get the same result. You can't do that on a PC. You have to have a driver, OpenGL. You have to look up all of the functions, function pointers, to find out where the functions are actually stored on the GPU. on your graphics card. You cannot find them without the driver because you have no idea where they are on the GPU unless a specification sheet is available to you. And a lot of graphics card manufacturers don't really want to disclose the specification of their graphics card for something called business reasons. They're not hiding how bad they are, they're just trying to stay ahead of the game by not giving their opponents information. So we don't get a specification sheet, we get a driver. Plug and Play came along and made this into a nightmare, because now you could plug in a device and it would just work. At this point, the explosion of drivers became the death of programming. Plug and Play was the final nail in the coffin for the programmer, because now you cannot program without creating a bug, because something externally will access your memory. And has to by definition. Otherwise, if you were playing a game and your mouse ran out of batteries, you had no batteries in the house, and you had to plug a mouse in with a cord on into your USB slot, that's Plug and Play. Your program doesn't know. You haven't programmed for Plug and Play. The operating... well, I'm not going to call it operating system anymore. The layer of Windows on top of your operating system has an interrupt for Plug and Play. It will then read the memory locations of your program to slot in the correct values. It changes your program. It will slot in the correct values, because humans don't make mistakes, for your program to use that newly plugged in device. You are no longer at that point in control of your memory. Now, anybody who's done computer science and studied programming at any kind of O-level, A-level, degree level will know that the central focus in all of those courses will be memory allocation and memory leaks, memory control. And I've just told you, you've got no control. It was taken away from us when the plugin system was added. Now, Windows 1 didn't take off. As much as Microsoft gnashed their teeth, it should have been brilliant. It should have been something that came to the forefront. The Amiga 500 showed up Windows for what it was. Crap. By Windows 2, it was still looking the same crap. And it still didn't take off. However, by Windows 2.1, this is a quick history of Windows, things were starting to look up, because we had gone from the 286 system to the 386 systems. So something was happening to chips. We were experiencing experiencing a change to 32-bit is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so let's move on now to 3.1 and look at the difference. There's colour, there's depth. 3.1 is 32-bit, I think. Yes, it is. Oh no, 16. So we haven't even got to 32-bit yet. Microsoft's still in 16-bit. Fine. This is now 1992. And here comes 32-bit 1995, the big revolution. By this time, all of those other computers couldn't compete with what that was. Even though they had desktops and they could match the quality of the Windows 95 desktop and they could match the applications of the Windows 95 desktop, they couldn't match the fact that you could change your memory size, your graphics. You could even change your hard drive, your floppy drive. Yeah, 32-bit I thought it was. So this is the first of today's 32-bit operating systems. And 32-bit continued for up until today. 64-bit systems are now taking over. The future of 32-bit is now fading fast. So let's go back. Let's go back to that previous date, shall we? How's the quickest way of getting back there? We now know when bugs started. They started on the 6th of November 1985. We know why bugs happen now. Because the windowing systems interfere with your program's memory, which is Windows 1. We'll call that Windows 1 the Advent, or the event horizon, which it is an actuality. Windows 1. And you can do the research through all of this that I've said so far, and if you follow the research, you're going to find what I'm saying is true. That pre-November 1985, we were writing programs and applications without bugs. And on that day, it all changed. We didn't create the bugs. The bugs were given to us as a present, as a side effect of the systems that were being called Windows. Now, Windows is not Microsoft. Windows is also Linux. Windows is also something else, possibly. Whatever. Whoever makes a Windows system is doing this. So how do you stop it from happening? How do you write a program without bugs? Let's find out. So we now know that bugs are a thing. We know what they are. And they know that we now know that we are not responsible for making them. The consumer market is responsible for their invocation. And the consumer market today accepts them. That is a horror story for me, as a person who's never actually written one. A bug, that is. Today's consumer society accepts that the quality of computer programs is now so poor that it is expected to have bugs. And that's okay. We're still willing to pay you good money for crap software. Because the consumer doesn't know that we can do this. I'm not going to say error-free. I'm human. Ish. How to write a bug-free program. And this is where I wanted to start the talk. Is there any on the end? No. I think there can be. I think it's interchangeable. Hey ho. You're now going to say that's impossible. Because remember, you are probably, if you are looking at this channel to learn from, as a resource to learn from, you are probably one of the 50% of new programmers that is arising with less than 5 years experience. And the dates that we have been talking about, 85 for 22, so that's what? 15 plus 22, 37 years ago. Can we still do it today? What changed? The hardware? No, hasn't changed. Still silicon. CPU is still silicon. The logic? No, still the same. The number of bits we can access at any one time? Yeah, that's changed. Yeah, we're on 64-bit now instead of 8 and 16-bit technology. That changed. That's improved. That's good. The amount of data we can handle in any 1 second. It's sort of improved up to the year of about 2010, 29, and then it stopped. Did you know in 2009, 2010, in the year 2007, you could go out and buy a PC that would work at 5.5 gigahertz. Let's put that into perspective. The machine you are watching is currently running at updates in 5 seconds. 0.9 gigahertz, 1.4. It's running at 5 times slower than a machine that was made in the 2000s. And we're talking about probably the first Pentium chip. Actually, yeah, I think we are. The Pentium chips families. Dual core and quad core. Which is a whole different talk. So yeah, I'm running at a fifth the speed. There you go. Computers have not got faster, they have got slower. We just added more cores. We just added more computers side by side, which is actually what we did. We didn't develop the CPU past the Pentium, really. The Pentium 1 was probably the last CPU we designed as a human race. We then just stacked them on top of each other initially. Nowadays we stick them all side by side, and we don't call them CPUs anymore, we call them cores. I have quite a few cores on this. I didn't look, but I've got a large number of cores on the CPU, and I have a massive amount of cores on my GPU. I think this is a 16-core machine. I think it is. I'm not looking it up, I don't care. It's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. So, if we could do this 37 years ago, can we still do it today? Yes, we can, but to do it today, you would have to have knowledge of how it was done 37 years ago. Now, there's a problem. Those people died. Life is not eternal. I'm 55 this year. The people... You're coming up with something that I said yesterday in the back of my mind when I said the internet is going to change by the year 2030. Now you know why I know. The people who programmed in the bug-free years are retiring. Or, perish the thought, passing away. Lost to the industry forever. This means that programming is now on a cliff edge, where it's going to have to decide whether it wants to jump off the cliff into the sea of bugs, or whether you want to turn back and start programming properly again. I have a go at a lot of programs today for having bugs in them. I really do have a go at them, because I know what it's like to not have that problem. And I'm going to show you how you can not have that problem. The problem, well, I'm going to show you the solution. You can work out the how to do it from there. So let's look at the solution, shall we? Firstly, let's look at the solution. There's no problem. There's only a solution. From PC power on. This actually goes in my security talk as well for applications. Not for games, but for applications. At no point can you use any windowing system. If you try to, you will fail. So, the solution to bugs is quite simple. Boot into your application game from the PC at power on. From PC power on. Actually, that makes sense. I nearly read that in English. Run your software within its own, I was going to say proprietary, but I can't spell it. I've got no chance of that one. Run your software within its own there's a word missing. Independent. I can do that word. It's a good word as well. Within its own independent the word is proprietary. Is it Dant or Dent? Independent. Within its own independent, I'll just put OS for now, operating system. Proprietary means specifically designed for the app. You may introduce a windowing system within your application. That's called a GUI. You can have a graphical user interface. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. You can have 3D graphics. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. But what you cannot have is a non-independent operating system that interferes with your program. And for operating system, I'm interchanging it with the Windows layer. So what do we do? Do we go back to using the command line, removing Windows off our machine to program? No. We write our own operating system. That's how we used to do it. Took a week. If that. Took a day. How hard is an operating system to write? It's damn well easy. And you only have to do it once. And then you can use that operating system for all of your applications. How do you boot into your application from a cold start machine? Well, you can't currently unless you switch it to boot from, I suppose today, it used to be boot from disk. I suppose today it would be boot from pen drive, maybe? You can store quite a lot of information on a pen drive nowadays. You wouldn't supply an SSD unless it was a major application like for the defense industry. Then you might supply an SSD and say you have to use these SSDs in your PCs. Security-wise, that's beautiful, because now they can't be hacked. They're not standard. Only the people who have access to the medium to boot from will be able to hack the application. Because externally, unless you tell people with a specification sheet, there is no way of knowing how the hell that system works. You can't hack it. If you've got any brains when you make it and actually write it, you will write it in a non-standard way. Yeah, they might be able to reverse engineer your system. I suppose it could be hacked that way. But that's not what hacking is today, is it? Hacking today is going on the internet and injecting SQL commands into a login site. That's considered hacking. No, that's playing around with toys. That's kids in the playground. That's not hacking. When I started hacking, I had to reverse engineer the bloody operating system even to get into it. Let alone these damn things came on CDs, which were also protected by security, which we also had to hack so we could copy the CDs. No, not the CDs. Copy the floppy disk. Yeah, that's how old I am. The first floppy drive I owned was 3.5 inch. The first hard drive I owned would be the size of a 4-pack of beer. And that was considered minute, and it was 40 meg. It was a 40 megabyte hard drive, and it's slotted into the side of an Amiga 500. You can see them probably, if you want to look it up, you can go and have a look. Look up the Amiga 500 hard drive. It was a little beauty of a device. That was the first hard drive I ever owned, and that's the system that I learnt to program on in C. I think it was Borland C, which still exists, and you can still program in today very successfully. So run your software within its own independent operating system specifically designed for the application. There's your solution. And it's not hard to do. You're probably thinking, isn't that a lot of work? No, it's about it's not even a week's work. Not for one person. One person can do that in a week easily. I could probably write an operating system within a couple of hours. The application would only probably be able to output to console, but the operating system I could write within a couple of hours. You could then develop it from there to do the graphics as well. And sound, of course. And the input, oh yes, there's that. Anyway. But you could develop that over time, and as needed or as required, rather than all at once. It's not hard to do, but we don't do it. The consumer society decided not to go down that path of safety and decided they wanted to go down the path of bug hell. The programmers didn't choose this. We didn't have a say in it. Because programming is not a profession. We do not have the Hippocratic Code, which doctors have. We do not have professional standards which we have to adhere to. We are not a profession. If you put down on any legal form that you are a programmer, it will be thrown out of court. It is not a profession. We have not made it such. In the early 1900s, there was a non-profession called bookkeeping. And they realised that they would be responsible for any monies that went missing financially as a bookkeeper if in their accounts they couldn't find the money. This gave rise to an ingenious system called double entry bookkeeping, which was then adopted as the standard across Europe and was progressed onto America as America became more open to suggestion. And suddenly, bookkeepers could turn around to their employers and to a court and say, no, I followed the procedures, everything is here in these books. This is a profession, this is my professional standard, my books are correct, and you can hold me to them. Creative bookkeeping is where you smudge the boundaries of double entry bookkeeping and fiddle the books, and that's illegal. The courts recognised this standard and elevated bookkeepers from being people who kept books or notes on expenditure to a profession called bookkeeping. Programmers haven't got there yet. I wish they had in, 30 years ago, 37 years ago. If they had 37 years ago, they would have put their foot down and said, no, this breaks our standards. We can no longer program on your computer systems without causing bugs. At which point, the computer industry would have finally, they're not even trying, because there's no consumerism outcry. There is only consumerism acceptance at the moment. If there was a consumerism outcry, they would then have to standardise the design of the PC. Which would mean that all of those functions that we need drivers for, we would no longer need. And the programmers could turn away from that cliff and not jump off into the bug sea and return to a time where they can make errors gracefully, sometimes with fantastic effects, which became new programs. Innovative programs were often caused by errors. An error is an unintentional mistake. It is not necessarily a negative or a positive. A bug, however, is a negative. It is a side effect and is destructive only. There are no positive bugs. There are millions of positive errors. I know which world I'm in. I'm in this one. I want to boot into my PC. I want to boot into my app. From PC Power On, I want to run my software within its own proprietary operating system, which I design. And it will not interfere with the application and cause side effects. The second part to this solution, part 2. Yeah, did you think it was that easy? Well, it is actually. So, part 2. Use a multi-pass. I use 3-pass. Multi-pass development cycle. I'm stuck. My brain can't do it. Oh good, we can get rid of that now. Done enough advertising for Microsoft. Okay, fair enough. I'll believe you. I'm dyslexic. I can only see a picture. Use a multi-pass development cycle to create a gold standard code base i.e. pass 1 write the code, pass 2 clean your code. This is how we did it, and I still do. Told you I was talking about from as being a programmer today. God, this has taken me down memory lane. Pass 3. Remove unwanted errors and the biggie. Simplify your code. You might think that you remove errors in pass 2. You do not. The errors are valuable. If your code works and it has errors in it, it is more valuable to you than a piece of code that doesn't work with errors in it. Because you have created something new. Errors are not negative. You do not remove them in pass 2. If you can get your program to work with errors in it, you're a genius. You are a programming god. I'm not talking about workarounds, patches, or fixes. I'm talking about working with errors. Can today's code languages work with errors embedded within them? Yes, they can. Without any problem. Can today's programs work successfully with bugs in them? No, they can't. No, the bugs are killing the programs. To a point where it will be impossible to program. And we are going to have to, as programmers, put our feet down and say, we want to implement a standard. Well, programmers, how's about that for a standard? Simple, non-legal, non-legally binding at this point in time, standard. This is how I learned to program. This is why I do not consider myself to be a programmer today. My profession is a systems analyst. I have a standard. I have a standard in which I can create working systems which can do anything that you define that they should do. And I can guarantee that the system that I create will work 100% without error, without bug. The programmers, however, haven't put the foot down. They haven't got the right to call themselves a profession. The programmers now call themselves software engineers. It's not a profession. It's just a change in title to try and deflect the fact that they're not a profession. You can be employed as a software engineer. You cannot put on a legal document that you are a software engineer. You cannot put that on your tax return. On your tax return, you can put clerk, because that's what your profession is as a software engineer. You are a clerk. That's it. So this talk hasn't just covered bugs and how to program bug-free. It skimmed the surface of what's happening to the industry, and even though they're trying to do this cloak and dagger thing of changing the names of things so that people are more confused about, is it a profession or not a profession? At the heart of things, if you want to be a programmer, you can be a programmer. You can call yourself a programmer, and it means sod all. And that's why I'm no longer a programmer. And I'm not going to be the one to put my foot down and say, hey, this is my standard. This is actually my standard, but it is not the standard of the industry. The industry would have to accept that and put it through court to legalise it, and then uphold all of its employees to operate within this code of conduct, a code of conduct. For that to happen, something awful is going to happen. A programmer one day who makes an error, remember, errors are not negative, will summon a bug from the depths of the operating system, and the brake pedal on a car will fail, and they will kill somebody. Has this already happened? Yes. Who goes to jail? The answer is the programmer. He has no defense. He has no code of conduct. He has no way of going into court and saying, this code is correct. It was the operating system. It was a bug caused from an external source. Who cares? You programmed it. You accepted that there were bugs in the operating system. You programmed on an operating system that was bugged. you don't have a leg to stand on because you know it's bugged. And if you don't, you can't even call yourself a programmer. If you don't know that much, you should not be in the business. You should go back to being a clerk. In court, you will not have a leg to stand on. Be careful, people, what you program. I program games. I'm not going to kill anybody. Ironically, Qt is now the biggest software development for the automotive industry, which is why I use the car as an example. They currently do the central processing unit for a number of cars, which includes GPS, dashboards, radios, and integrated Siri into your car. So you can now ask your car to wind down a window, and it will do so. When you put your foot on the brake, do you think there's a physical link between that brake pedal and the brake in the wheel? Have you ever thought about it? Because there isn't, there's a program. When you push that brake pedal, just like when you move a mouse, it's the same damn code. An interrupt is given in Qt. That interrupt is picked up by the central program and distributed out to the braking system program, who then will activate the brakes dependent on how far you press that pedal. That is the code. There is no physical link between the pedal and the brake. Whoever wrote that code is in trouble. Big trouble. And it's why automated driving is not a thing as yet. Cars cannot legally go onto a public highway and drive automatically. In some places in America, they are thinking of allowing that to happen as long as there is a driver in the seat with a manual override. That doesn't remove the problem that that bloody brake pedal isn't attached to your brakes. All that does is try to transfer the responsibility to a driver instead of the programmer. The programmer has to turn round and say, no, I am not willing to write that code. I cannot guarantee that it will be bug safe. And they would be correct in saying so. And if a manager turns around and fires that person, they can take them to the Court of Human Rights and sue their asses off. Think about that, programmers. Learn to say no. Lives are at risk. Your future is at risk. The industry doesn't care about you risking your future. You having to live with killing somebody. You weren't never employed to do that. Unless you're in the military. please think about bugs. Please think about creating a standard which you want to uphold. If you are now working in the industry as a programmer or a software engineer and you ever see this video, pause for thought about the programmer that is now in prison in LA for killing a pedestrian. He has to live with it. On that note, I need a cup of coffee. Nothing that I have said within this talk has been my opinion. Everything within this talk has been factual. What is the verdict? The facts have been placed before you. The case for bugs is now known. What is your verdict? And there is only one verdict I can give. Because I've upset myself again, I got a bit serious. The verdict is I've been polite about the verdict for this one because I've lived with it for nearly 40 years. Three years shy of 40 years. It's a pet hate. Something that irks me and will forever irk me, and it is the reason that I created this channel. I created this channel to bring attention to some shortcomings that we have, because we are not being taught at the base level of programming or how to program the shortcomings of the things that we no longer know. I might be the last person on this planet ever to give this talk. When I leave this planet, who will give this talk? There are people older than me who started programming before me who won't just agree with what I've just said and verify that these are the facts. They will also say it is a pet hate of theirs. And they realise that the knowledge, the experience is disappearing fast. We are not teaching new programmers this. Our education system is failing programming. Our education system has no understanding of what has happened. They have even less understanding of what is going to happen. This study started as a joke. This research took up my life. I wanted to know why planes were not made out of the same material as the little black box that always survived. The plane crash, that is. That was my original question. This, 40 years later, 42 years later, is the answer. For exactly the same reason. It's the human condition that we have. If something is accepted as normal, it becomes normal. It does not become right or wrong, it just becomes the accepted norm. Currently, the future is bleak. The games programming industry doesn't give a dingo's kidney in a rainstorm. Mainly because they're not going to kill anybody, are they? Well, actually, they already have. As a case study, please look up suicide due to online bullying in a computer multiplayer online game. If you want to do that research, you're headed to a mental institute. Do it. Risk your own sanity. I'm going to keep this one. I am going to keep it. We are going to save that out. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm going to keep it. It's a good enough format to be repeated if I ever get the chance. Alright. I said at the beginning of this that this talk is a shocker, and for me it's very upsetting. It's very upsetting because I know what happens next, and I'm not proud. I am not proud of what I did. When I was a programmer, I buried my head in the sands and said it has nothing to do with me. And I am sat here 42 years. Oh God. I am sat here 42 years later admitting that I am responsible for this mess. This is my fault. I was a programmer. I did nothing. I did nothing to stop this. And I will have to live with that. Tough. Now, can we get to something nicer, please? I don't think I can take much more of that. Where's me file system gone? Oh, we must have broken it. Not to worry. It's just a bug. The program that I am using to explain bugs has a bug. Well, I've managed to successfully upset myself again. God, I'm good at that these days. It's why humans suffer from depression, you know. As you get older, you realise what you're responsible for. What you've done. And those thoughts can be very depressing. I'm lucky. I'm bordering on insane. I can live with it. Actually, am I bordering on insane, or have I stepped over that border? Hard to tell. Maybe I'll find out one day. Where's my list gone? Ah, here it is. Alright, okay, I'll start with this. Let's get some code up. Let's get my mind off things. Let's do something I enjoy. I'm going to go through each one of these files one by one and just make sure that I haven't messed anything up. After what I've just said, this'll be a breeze. Okay, file good. Gold. I don't want that. Qt has standards by which you should write your code. My keyboard, yeah, it's now coming alive. Okay, FPS counter. Is this important? Yes, it is actually. I've done it here as well. When people come to read your program, they need to know how it was written. If your program has no standard by which you wrote it, reading it is a mess. You are adding difficulty to the reader. Don't do that. You see how these overrides, these things given to us, show us how we are supposed to name things. It gives us a convention. Follow the given convention. This is Qt's convention, not mine. I'm not important, the code is. That's still capitalized because it's the class. Yes, that's correct. Again, we've got one here. One here. Follow the convention that is given to you. If no convention is given, use your own. Anybody who reads Qt long enough will recognize this convention and be able to interpret your program faster, more accurately, with less mistakes. They may also be able to improve upon your code. And that would be the most satisfying thing ever. So do it. Don't be lazy. Just because we all are lazy. Just don't. Don't be lazy. Did I get all of those? Yeah, looks like it. Reds. Thank you. Do you think this is worth doing? Or do you just prefer to make a mess and it's their problem now? is it somebody else's problem? Because if it is, don't chat in my channel. When you get old, you will become responsible for your life and what you have done. Try and improve it now. Don't wait. Think about what you're doing. That's just a free piece of life advice. We all make mistakes. Don't worry about it. You see how it goes with a lowercase? This breaks the convention, and that's done on purpose. QInfo, QDebug, and all of these functions are done in this specific way on purpose, so that they are easy to detect by sight, so that you can remove them out of the program before releasing the program, or leave them in if you want the info. Your choice. But it makes it easier to spot them, and as they are optional, if you want to remove them, remove them. It's perfectly fine, you know. It won't affect the... Oh, that's awkward. Never mind. Did I get that one? Where is that? Yes, I did. Okay. Got to jump through and do that one now, because otherwise I'll forget. Yep, that's okay. Good. Right. Still red markers. Yeah, just decapitalizing makes everything more readable for this style of programming, and I think it's worth doing because it then follows the conventions given by the Qt manual and means that it's easier to tie things in with the Qt manual later on. When we come back to this, as we're doing next week, and we are going to make our first world. Yay! I'm looking forward to that, because I've got a design already in mind for it. We could look at that today, couldn't we? Okay, how are we doing? Still got this one. There you go. Clean. Okay. That was Vulkan rendering, wasn't it? Widget. How you doing, Widget? So if I'm doing C++ and I'm not using Qt, I write differently. Completely differently. I have a totally different style of writing code. And it's a personal style of writing code. That's another thing that should be standardized across the programming industry. We should have an exact standard of how to write code. M is for member variable, by the way. You can have S for static variables. You can have G for global variables. It's just an indicator of ownership. So that's why I have an M. Some people don't bother putting the M on. They just have underscore. That's what I said. It's personal. It's not... There's no standards here. Pretty bad idea, really. How are we doing in here? Yeah. Ah. Gotcha. Camel case. Instead of snake case. Shows how lackadaisical I was writing this. What's wrong with this? Our instance declared here. Where? Je ne comprends pas. Vulkan underscore widget. I don't think we've found that yet, have we? Oh, we've got two of these. Can I go to it? You see what's happened? Ah, found you. Found you. Vulkan widget's okay. We've got an error value here. Window go. Shouldn't be window go. It should be window go. I also don't like that. I prefer having the brackets on the end to indicate to people that it is a it's not a function because it starts with a V, a capital V, with brackets at the end. That makes that a class. I don't need to hover over it to know it's a class. I can see that it's a class by the way it starts with a capital letter and it has brackets. If you add a lowercase letter, it's a function. So by adhering to a naming convention, we make our code more understandable. That actually looks 100% better, even if Go doesn't exist yet. It should. Run a window. I thought, did you? Oh, I didn't. I thought I did all of these. Did I miss this file? I must have missed the file. It's class. Class. Okay. I didn't write that. It doesn't give me the excuse that it shouldn't be changed. Does it? Okay. that now works. Good. It's why I do the header files first and the CPP files second. So, back up to... We've done Vulkan rendering. We're down to main. Run a window. So, this no longer exists. That's that. That's that. That's that. There's no gets. We've got a G. It's a function. How important do you think that doing this is? After what we've just been talking today about bugs and errors. Do you think it's a valid thing to do? To make your code readable? What's this? Oh. Okay. We'll do that after. We need to do the UI. We'll do that last. That's the UI. That's a variable. That's a function, not a class. Okay. We are getting somewhere here. There's not a lot of deletes here. Hello? Do them in reverse. What's the other one? VK widget. Okay. That's now changed. Why? Weird. Never mind. I hope that's not wrong. It's possibly because there are other errors in here. So no, I'm not rewriting my code, I'm not changing my code, I'm just making it more readable for everybody else. Because I want you lot to change the code. I want you to make this code whatever you want. I want you to make games. It's a club after all. See, I've done it here as well, in the UI. That doesn't help us, does it? That's okay. So all I'm doing is I'm using Qt's rules. That's all I'm doing. Alright, this UI. That's not too bad then, is it? So that becomes FPS. That one becomes FPS. Exit button, horizontal space, and now everything starts matching up. Display layout doesn't. It should start with a small d. There we go. Everything now matches up. There is consistency. And now we should have errors. Good. We have. Is that the only one? No. Oh, this hasn't been mocked. Yeah, hasn't been mocked. So these are going to come up now as errors. This is why I wanted to do the UI last. We will have to re-mock the objects. Okay. But that is correct. No, it didn't save. That's probably why not. Save you, dingo's kidney. That's better. No, it doesn't need mocking. That's good. So it did pick up on that. We don't want any of this snake Casey gibberish in QT. Good. That looks good, actually. That wasn't hard, was it? What do we call that? Where are we? We're in Maine, aren't we? Okay. Standardized the way the code is written, i.e. variable names function names and class names. Well, there's other stuff in there as well, but yeah, that gives you an idea. Alright. I will put that on main. Okay, that's been corrected for you. Code updated. So I'll do something useful today. That was Vulkan widget. Shouldn't be a lot in here. Initialize was done correctly. View weapons done correctly. And weapons done incorrectly. Load item file done correctly. I was obviously in half and half that day. We also have two things here. I don't bother with delete very often. I am not interested in the word delete in C++. For reasons which I'm not going to share. I don't create memory leaks in the first place, so I don't need to care about them. For every new, you should have a delete. Wrong. For every new, you should have a destructor. Get it right, guys. Get it right. So I am doing the weapons. Why am I doing the weapons and not the other ones? Because the weapons is a vector. It's a storage class. It's different. It needs clearing. The operating system won't be able to clear that properly, and that will cause a bug. Yeah. One of those where data's just left lying around in your memory. space. Not doing anything. Just waiting for the next poor unfortunate application to come along. Yep, that's how it happens. Not deleting mworld and m items will not cause a bug. The operating system can clean those up because all those variables are memory location pointers. What it points to will be cleaned up automatically by a process that runs on line 86 of main when it hits a bracket. This will present a call to the operating system to reclaim all memory and clean it. The operating system doesn't know about vectors. It can guess about them, but it doesn't know about them because vectors are so diverse in their nature and the way that they can work that a vector is troublesome to reclaim the memory for the operating system. And that's where the bugs lie. This is why Windows is bugged. This is why Linux Windows is bugged. This is why all of Windows windowing systems are bugged, because of that one simple fact that the underlying operating system can't know for sure what the hell the programmer used to assign memory. If you're just doing new, it knows. If you are doing QVector, it's not got a clue about this. So clean that up. There's your memory leak there. And it's the only reason why I know this is gold code and I don't care about the deletes. Load item file looks good. This code looks very good. We do have red books still. Reds. There you are. You're hiding in there. Anybody else? Complaints? Anybody? Anything else stands out as being not typed properly? We fixed the comp item thing for components on the ECS. I've got weapon view here in snake case. Let's go through this. Back to the top. I've been stupid again. And it's my responsibility to get it right for you. So here we go. Got a file. File read text. Damn you. We've got utilities in... not in this file. Alright. I can't alter that one at this point. We're not in that source file. But I should have done the static library first, shouldn't I? Before doing this one. And saying that, we will do it first. Just checking the file system. Projects, Twitch, Rana, Midnight, yeah, okay. Because of the problems that I'd caused earlier by doing a copy and paste. Here we go. What's the betting all of our utilities start with a capital? Non-dice to roll. Type of dice. That's lowercase. Remove. Remove, not needed. Did that one right? Did that one right? It's amazing, isn't it? How mixed up and hard, how much more difficult it is for other people to read and understand if you don't do this. That's cleaned up nicely. Alright, we'll take that one, that's nice. Oh, wait a minute, I do need to alter something, don't I? It was there. And it's in sources. It's that one. God, what a horrible mess I made of this. Okay. Right, we'll come back to you. We're not doing CPP files yet. Let's do this one. I did complete utilities yet. Completed. We've got an extra space here we don't really need. Yeah, we're okay. Fine. On update, and then we come to a capital. Okay. It's amazing the difference it makes and how cleaner your code becomes. And how much easier it is to find errors. Or invent errors. I used to do that, you know. It's called hacking. That's why I know errors aren't bad. Errors are damned useful. Especially if you're a hacker. That's how you really hack something. You don't go for a SQL injection. I'm happy with that file, am I? I think I am. Alright. Get rid of you, and I can get rid of you. Rest doesn't matter. That's okay. Scene. I spend more time tidying up than I do tracking down errors. Int entities. Why is that a capital E? It's not a class. Underscore, not needed. It's public, it's a type def, it's a struct. Yeah, that's okay then. That's fine. Got to be careful with this one because we're looking at structs and type defs. Object. Yeah, that's a class, so it's a capital. That's fine. That's not. God, coding the easy way. Okay. Don't need that. Certainly don't need that. And that's 100% not needed like that. That's class. Object is a class. It's looking better. Now we can spot our classes a lot easier. We can spot our member variables having an M in front of them. Why didn't I put M's in front of these? Because it's a struct. These are private by default with M's in front. I don't put M's in front of things that are public by default. I could put P underscore for public, but P underscore also means pointer. So anything with a star, like void star, could be P underscore components to let people know, hey, this is a pointer. I'm not sure that's worth doing. M registry is here. We can get rid of that. Anything else that we haven't picked up on? Don't try and do this in Visual Studio Community Edition of any type, as the IntelliSense system will not help you out by tracking the errors down. You will confuse the hell out of it. Instead, load it up into something like Qt Creator, which can at least give you feedback. Okay, that one's done. Not looking bad, this. It's a lot easier than I expected. A lot of files, though. Asset is asset, yeah. We do have a position component here. It doesn't need to be like that. Get position, that's correct. It's an override. Click on the button. Don't know what it did. Okay. Alright, base mobile. Okay. We'll get there. Oh. No, this is base mobile. Bad. First one I got wrong. Alright, that's looking better. You may think this is subjective, what I'm doing, and it's personal opinion, but it isn't, it's fact. It is not my personal opinion that this makes it easier to read, and therefore easy to modify. That is a fact. So if we go back here, this shouldn't be complaining anymore. Okay, that's good. Camera. Okay. I think. Oh. Sugar. Is position component a thingy? It is. It's a thingy. Let me check. I'm right. Yeah, it's a thing. Good. I am right. Thank God for that. Okay. Camera. Position component's been done. The override's been through. Camera. Yeah, but we're okay with all of this now. Mobiles. Yeah, player's still got a problem, so let's go and fix it. We just take out that. That works nicely. Let's give you a click. And here we go. Get position. Component. Come on, give me a scene. View registry. There's a V. Scene object, registry, MID. No need for capitalization here, folks. Why am I using MID? Where do I set MID? Why don't I set MID here? Huh? Are you doing it in base mobile? Yes, you are. Okay, that's why we're not setting it here. Ah, the awkward things that inheritance does within C++. Just confuses the hell out of me. Makes you wonder why I program in this language. I don't normally, is the answer. Okay. I think we're done. Lovely. I'm happy with that. Well, that was up to player. So we're into output next. Why don't you just save all? Why do you keep asking me to save all? Picture, graphics view, intro picture, graphics scene, GFX. Sorry, GFX. You're being downgraded. Okay, like that. Nice, easy. You can tell gold code because it's easy to be modified. Okay, let's do this lot. This is all cobblers. Yeah, we're okay. It's current X. That becomes current Y. Same here. Direction X. It doesn't mean directory. It does actually stand for direction Y when using movement. Reconstruct output scene. Magic numbers. Yum, yum. Carry on. Okay, we've got player text view output and event. Yeah, okay, I can see why we did that. Not a problem. Understand. That's fine. Rendering. Not a bad set of code, this. And common. Okay, gotta be careful. because we've got templated rubbish here. Okay, scope is fine. Scope, create scope. Scope's a type. But no, it should still have a capital. Okay, that's what it does. Ref is the one that I'm using more than scope. Scope will create you a unique pointer, where ref will make a shared pointer. Shared pointers destroy themselves when they are no longer used. They automatically destroy themselves. This is an anti-memory leak device within C++, acting a bit like garbage collection, funnily enough. Can't use it with QObject though, because QObject has to mock something, and the mocking QMock cannot understand a shared pointer. It can understand Q shared pointer, so you would have to use that. I'm not willing to change this code into Qt, so I'm not using it for QObject. You can if you want. It's optional. But you can see how the standard library disagrees with Qt. It uses snake case, where Qt uses camel case. Interesting observation. Right, we've got some header files sorted out. Where can we go with that lot? Oh god. We should not have that many reds. Ooh, gotta be careful. Because these aren't classes. These are files. These are utility files. Let me just get the file names done first. These matter a lot. So of course I've done them in the same way as a standard library, and also I've added a capital at the front just for sheer fun. Fantastic. Let's just go back to utilities.h to double check what we have here. Alright, well there's only that one there where we actually changed the name of something outright. And it's complaining, of course, because of it. So that didn't change. Check through, make sure things read properly. Okay, no return value because we are altering the memory directly. That is a side effect. Not only is it a side effect, it is a bug. It has functionality. We have avoided the bug by passing in a reference to the list. And we have actually asked file read text to alter this on purpose. This means it stops the operating system deleting here, because it can't. Because that's a reference that's been passed in. Can't delete this reference because that's a shared pointer. It will delete itself. So we've protected ourselves against the bug that we were about to create. So that is A side effect function which is legally correct and will not create a bug because of the way that we have employed the code. Will it work? Will it stop the bug? No idea. I'm not reading through the standard library to find out. I've done my part. Stuff you operating system. Okay, just a small break going on here as we get ready to go choppy through our next part of the code. This brings us to ground zero for creating our first utility application. To convert a 3D model created in a program like Blender into a binary file which will be used by our static library. Our static library will not have async in there. Our conversion tool that we are going to write next week will have async in there. And it's also a teaching device for how we will possibly want to go about making a gold standard rendering system. So by making the tool first, although we don't know what the tool will finally have to do, we won't know the last stage, how it wants to save our data out, we will have an insight in what we need or what we will need for the future programming of the system. It will give us the answers at that point. The solutions will drop out of the research. That I guarantee. I'm glad that double chop in there was taken out because it was bothering me. Because I knew it was a bug. I'm glad we fixed it all. You're probably wondering by now, how many times do I review my own code when writing it? The answer's every day. Because I can't remember anything. S runtime, yeah, we're okay here. Dice roll, num dice, here it goes. That is a num dice to roll. Hey. Get rid of that one. Copy. Paste. Okay, we should break that off now. Ret. Should we call it ret, really? I think that's lazy. So I'm going to replace it with something just as lazy. I don't like abbreviations. You can't call it the return value because return is a keyword. In fact, it's one of the very few keywords there are. It's actually part of the language. Oh. That reads a lot better. I'm liking this. I don't think there's any problems with this part. I was obviously in the right frame of mind here. I wrote it properly, did I? I did. Wow, go me. That was utilities CPP. We're down here. Again, where's the destructor? There isn't one. That destroys itself, 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 that destroys itself. No destructor needed. Wow. Well done me. I must be getting good at this. Not. If I was good at it, I would have done it right in the first place. Wouldn't I? Let's be honest. I wouldn't have to go through all of this, doing all of this. I would have at least got it done well right. Shouldn't be. Should be that. There we go. Text rendering, huh? We're not having none of that. We don't need capitalization. We don't need to shout at ourselves. Oh, we've got an update. That should be an O. Oh. What's going on here? For no apparent reason whatsoever. We missed one. That's a bit better. You can see how it's a bit like double entry bookkeeping now. One of the examples that I use in my talks. Because C++ uses double entry bookkeeping as an idea. Not as a principle, but as an idea. And that's why there are header files and CPP files. But there's more reasons than that. It just makes it harder to cock it all up. Which is interesting. I can still manage to cock it all up, don't you worry. How are we doing, chat? Okay, where are you? There you are. Oh! Microsoft Defender summary. Antivirus did not find any threats since your last summary. Doesn't say that there aren't any threats. Just says it didn't find any. Has anybody ever noticed that about Microsoft? They never tell you the truth. Interesting. Oh, I remember position component, we have to do that. Let's pop you into that. Let's bring you down to reality. Player position, can we copy you over? Yeah, looks good. Set position. There we go. P for player. Let's be a roguelike. Let's have the @ symbol for the player. Why not? Yep, that's right. P. T. And O. Looks good. Looks clean. Okay. Let's start here. Good. That's your deletion. Because it's a vector, not just a new, it is a new vector, so I will delete it and not trust the operating system. Didn't realise I changed that variable. I can't remember changing this variable. Where am I seen? I'm not even looking at what file I'm in. Huh? Something's not making sense here. Alright, so it's from within. Okay, that's fine then. Alright. Looks good. But you could see there that that was going to be so confusing to somebody reading the code that had a capital B, which would have said to the reader, hey, we're making a class here, for absolutely no reason whatsoever. An experienced programmer would have instantly thought, oh, that's a function with a capital at the beginning, that's all. But now we know it's a function because it hasn't got a capital at the beginning. So we are transmitting to the reader, hey, this is a function, don't worry about it. We're just going to execute it here. I love code that writes itself like this. When you don't actually have to worry about making a load of cock-ups. Right, this one's used quite a bit somewhere, isn't it? No, it's used here. Okay. We know that trick. It's the only one that we've done that's cocked up on that way. Weird. That's a little awkward still, because there's something called QObject, and we have reused the word object for our own. But it's correct. There's the entity, and there's the object it represents. They are not linked or dependent upon each other. They are totally independent, therefore we have to keep them separate like that. We can't even put entity object on there, because it isn't. It's just an object with data and int, a QUID, and a void star components. It could be anything. It doesn't have to be an entity. Index, components, all working out nicely. Entities doing happy joy entity things. And we just have you being an awkward little capital R. Lovely. You're done. You can see the difference between good code and bad code now, can't you? Good code you can modify. Bad code is a fecking nightmare. You make one modification and everything breaks. Let's put you to a capital P there. And we'll get you used. There and there. That's easy. That's easy. That's easy. You begin to realize how I'm no longer scared of modifying my code. You go to a big company and sit down and do this to one of their files, and they will go berserk at you, screaming, "What the hell do you think you're doing? You're gonna bring the whole system crashing down around us." And promptly you will. I would then get up and leave that company, as they're a bunch of bloody idiots. Best way of testing a company, a new company that you go to work for, open the first file and go through it, putting everything in that file into what the company has said they want their code written like. Because every company that you will work for as a programmer will define how their code should look. Like Qt has this definition. This is Qt defined. This way of looking is the M underscore isn't. That's a little bit I've added just for me, to help me out. That's a me thing for member variable. Otherwise I have to keep looking at the header files to find out which ones are the bloody member variables. And I don't like doing that. You go into a company, you get their documentation. On day one, sit down, open the biggest file you can find and start converting that file to whatever that document says, because that is your job. Your job is to serve whatever the company tells you to do. The company tells you to write your code in a specific fashion. Do it and see how much they scream. And then promptly leave if they scream enough. Trust me, you do not want to work for a company that cannot adhere to its own rules. And there are a lot of companies out there like that. They will make things up on the spur of the moment and not care about it, or the implications, or the ramifications. I did a case study last night, by the way, an interesting one, on a piece of logic for the rule of three. And I was shocked at the outcome, because I usually am when I do those. We might do it. Have we got time today? Possibly not. I need to get this done. We're programming this next week, and I can't leave it in this state if I'm going to program it. Damn, this looks a lot better. Wow, doesn't it clean up nicely? A little bit of polish here, a bit of spit and polish. Which one's this one? This is player CPP. Why is it not wrong? Have we just done it? Interesting. Okay. Why does it keep asking me to save all? Getting a bit worried about that. Okay, just close that lot. Now this piece of code I'm still looking at and thinking, could be better. If anybody can come up with a piece of code for this build directory loading and pathing system, if anybody can come up with a pathing system in Qt, let me know. I'm not happy with what I've got. It's correct. But is it as good as it could be? I don't believe it is. And when I say I don't believe it is, I don't believe it's as efficient as it could be, looks as easy to use as it could look. And its understandability of having to use this build directory thing to get an absolute file path is a little bit, dodgy, I think. But that's the foundation code. The foundation code can be a little bit dodgy in parts, I suppose, as long as it's correct and it's gold, and it will work no matter what. Reconstruct output. That is wrong. Text output. Why? What? Yeah. You were hiding in the private section, weren't you? That's why it's wrong. I don't check the I don't normally have private functions, so I don't always check them properly. So that was my bad. But at least I can tell it's wrong. Oh, this is one where we change all the variables, isn't it? Oh, I've got that in my mind now, haven't I? Oh, this is awkward. I've made such a mess here. Yeah, I wrote this rubbish. Told you I'm not a programmer. That's how you can spot people that aren't programmers. They make a bloody mess. I called it result here. Okay. Basic movement. Let's move the player properly. And player. Oh, these are coming in. Okay. We know that one. That trick's easy. And I want to change that to a capital P. You are probably wondering why I use copy and paste and not Control F. Because I don't trust Control F. If you do, please use it. Not my problem. I don't mind. Okay, this is just keyboard stuff. Straightforward pos X, pos Ys. Looks good. Wow. Now you are finding out why I do 3-pass programming. God, that was easy. Rendering is so easy these days. Those are nouns. Capitals. Yep. Pictures don't count. Where are we? We are in Midnight. Doing a rebuild because I've made so many changes. Alright. We got the rebuild. Couldn't have done it too badly then. What happened here? Okay. Why can't I just copy this? Oh, will you stop it? I'm not trying to amend you. I'm going to go nuts. Oh, right, there's two separate parts to the form. I see. It's a form. Okay. Did you do it right? Yeah, you did. I hope you did. Okay, last part. Right, we can finally do this, I hope. I want to do this now before we get to the graphics for obvious reasons. Once we have a graphics system in, I don't want to be doing this every week. Not being funny, but that will cause too much work. Alright, okay, we've got lots of trash in here. Okay. Very easy to correct. Initialize. No. No. Why is this down here? I never even went anywhere near that fucking point. Damned editors. People who write these damned editors, can they get them right, please? Jesus. Okay, let's clean you up. I love it how I get half of it right and the rest I don't get right. And I sit here complaining about the people who wrote the editor because they couldn't be bothered doing this. The quality of programming today is below poor. The standard is absolutely rubbish. Okay, we have this used elsewhere. If they improve their own standards, they might get further. Item components shouldn't be like this. It should be like that. Right, let's go back through this one. This one was slightly more complicated. Why has this got initialize in it? This file's wrong. This file's completely wrong. Alright, just... It's the wrong goddamn file. Why is it in main? I told main to merge. We are in util development. Did I not load it up? Oh, that was right, because we had to mess about with all of this garbage to get it to work, didn't we? Oh. On Windows it isn't GCC, it's MinGW, and it's 64 underscore bit. And that's why it won't compile. Oh. So we never corrected it. And we don't have a dev branch. This is dev branch. It's not being updated. This one has. Why don't we have it on our system? No merge necessary. Branch, origin main. What? Was not moved. We did a merge and overwrote. Yesterday, 3 days ago. We overwrote our development file. Okay. GitHub, you're so silly. Load item file. Correct. I'll just take the namespace. Load item file. Huh? Oh, it's because it says weapon. Why the hell does it say weapon? That's what's done it to me. Sorry. I'm going mental. We start adding this weapon thing here. So we do have a big problem here with the way we've worded this. So let's get rid of that. Because of the new word, yeah, it's a keyword, isn't it? And we didn't like new, so I put weapon in front of it and thought, sod it, I was being lazy. I know what I did. File, shelf, list output, index, blah 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 blah. Why not just call it item then? Wouldn't that make more sense? I'm trying to be honest as I'm going through this. I'm pointing out my own laziness. Okay. That comes in better. That comes through as that. And the last one but least is you. We store it. Ah, now it reads right. We don't have weapons on our mind anymore. We have items on our mind. And now it's an item warehouse, not a weapon warehouse. Alright. I'm glad I spotted that on the way through. Confuse the hell out of me. What would that have done to somebody who wants to try and develop this for their own game? If that didn't confuse them, nothing will. Right. Naming matters. There's something to learn. I'm happy with that. Alright, we still have some problems in main, which I haven't addressed. So let's start addressing these little rough bits. know that to be true now. I don't need to guess at these. And that's the beauty of standardizing. You don't have to guess. You can just look at it and say, yeah, we can standardize that. And look what happens. But look at how much help I get doing this. It's not the best editor in the world, but at least it responds. What they have programmed is good. It's just the editor itself is crap. The basic part of the editor is absolutely dire. Its responsiveness and how it helps you. Right, okay, yeah. Is second to none. I think it's the best in the business. And it's something that if Visual Studio would look at and implement this responsiveness, all of this help that it's giving me as I'm programming, instant feedback. If Visual Studio could do this, if Visual Studio could actually do something right, it would be an awesome product. But as it can't keep up with my computer, as it can't keep up with me programming my computer, it's practically useless to me. Here's another one. It's okay to call it weapon view here, not inside here, but items, view weapon. I haven't, have I? Shit. I have. Oh. We'll come back to that. Let's get these fixed. Just take that out. Just getting rid of underscores. It's capital C. It's an item component. We can call it what the hell we like. Is this looking any good now? Yeah, that's looking better. These are just tests. They don't matter. Right, according to this, I've still got red dots everywhere. Okay. Yikes. Don't look at that. Not my fault. I did run that, didn't I? Damn you. This. Items. View weapons. What should it be? No named member variable. Really? Where are we looking? Items. What is items? Items is items. It's here. Oh. Correction. It is correct. We haven't written the other ones. My bad. We never expanded upon it. Everything works. Staff, pen, newspaper. Successes. Yep. Yep. Damage. Yeah. Fine. I don't like this weapon idea any longer. All items are weapons, you see. That's the problem I've got with calling it a weapon. If I change that to M items, we're in trouble. So I can't, because I need to leave this as a category. To leave the idea there within the code. But as all items are weapons, the category of weapons doesn't exist. Hand tool? All weapons are hand tools. Are all hand tools weapons? Yes. Are all hand tools items? Yes. Are all items hand tools? No. It's doing that weird thing again, where it's dragging things. It's a categorization problem. I don't know what the category is going to finally be at the moment. I've just come up with an idea called hand tool. That's it. That's just an idea. It's not the final version. But I think it makes it more clear. And it also follows the Rule of 3 integration for artificial intelligence categorization. Alright. Are we there? Are we there? No, we're not. Set up an initialization. I see. Oh, it's back in main, isn't it? That's okay then. Hand tool. I think that's you done. Done. We've now got away from combat. Good. That is very good. We are now no longer combat dependent system, which is one of my objectives for items complete. In fact, it's the primary objective of items complete. Items cannot be tied to combat, although items can be used in combat. We have no paradox now. Okay. Good. There's not really much in that one, is there? Why can't I copy it now? Do I have to go into that other screen? Control C. I don't know, Control V. Paste. Ah, that's done it anyway. Commit. Are we okay with that? Yeah. It's all on main. And now we can go back into development. Okay. We're ready for development now. That starts tomorrow. And we will be developing the graphics. Initial graphics. What a mess I've made here. Look at this. Holy moly. So this is going to be GFX development. I think Origin Dev and is now dead. We don't need it anymore, do we? We don't need a local dev anymore. So we have local and main. Main branch, enter branch name, GFX dev. There we go. And push. Submit. That's now set up. GFX dev. Thank you. We can use I think we're going to use Vulkan widget then. May as well. As it's got an FPS counter. If it ever updates. Resources. Weird. Exited normally. It is. Oh. Sugar. Oh, we're on a different computer. Alright, it was just catching up with us, was it? No. It's not just catching up with us. If you want to know the reason why this FPS counter is acting like an absolute and utter tosser, it's because I've never initialized the graphics card on this version of Manjaro's that's been installed. In fact, I'm not even sure that this is going through. But hold on a minute, this is Nvidia, isn't it? That we're not dealing with, oh god. Exit before you blow my system up. Does it tell me down here? Or is it the beginning? Yeah. We are on VK layer NV Optimus 1.3.194 NVIDIA Optimus layer. That's fantastic. You see, when you're programming something like Vulkan, you're using the driver to push your graphics to the screen. Qt is also interacting with all of this to enable this screen buffer swap event. And whilst all that is going on, none of it checks the operating system. Why should it? That's a bug. The bug is not within the program, as I've stated before. Bugs are external influences. That should have read 60 frames per second. The monitor and screen that you are looking at runs at 60 frames per second. It can't run any faster. Therefore, the swapping of buffers at 1,000 times per second is a complete waste of bloody time. So, the first thing we have to do is reset. Let's do that first. I have no idea what kind of influences are going on there. I have no idea how many programs are accessing a driver that I'm not using. VK is a driver within itself, so we're safe using it. And luckily I've got the NVIDIA Vulkan downloaded. Okay. Ah, good. Mouse works now. Go, boy. Do your worst. Give me a stupid FPS number and I'll scream. FPS 0. 991. $1,115. I'm not touching anything. I'm not touching the keyboard. I'm not touching the mouse. Our frames per second are currently at 1,115. 1.1 kilohertz. When we've got a 60 hertz monitor. That's useful, isn't it? That's why that little box is there. It's got to say 60. It does on Windows because I have the driver, and the driver says there's no point in going over 60 because that's what the monitor is. And so on Windows, it's telling, well, Qt is being told, hey, dude, you can't go above 60. We ain't gonna let you. So if we try and run our program on Linux, and the person who's installed their Linux hasn't installed their video driver, our program will still work, by the way, with or without their video driver. We don't care about that. We're going to program around that. But we definitely need to address that FPS problem. Did I change something? Let me just check that if what did I change my main? No, it won't be main. Did I change my 10? No. No, I did not. That's my standard usage is 10. Because then if it's going too fast or the video driver isn't enabled, it will go way too fast. It'll go up to 1,000 FPS, which is what it's doing. So it's the correct result. There's no fault with the program. What that result means is that the video driver has not been Done. New video card hasn't been told what to do. So I never thought about that. What? Where are the sliders? Am I missing something here? Obviously, yes. Maybe a driver. I doubt I've got a driver. What does NVIDIA use? I'm not putting one on, because in the end I'm not going to need one. Because we're going to be doing our own operating system for this, as we've already discussed. Core, maybe. So we could put a driver on. I think I'm on a 4060. No. What the hell am I on? I'm on a 480. So we've got the utilities. We have modules. What's an MHWD module? Oh, it's one of those, is it? Oh. It's a specially thingy. Manjaro. The D is a service. Manjaro Settings Manager. That's Settings. Manjaro Settings Manager. According to this, we do have a display controller installed. We have the wrong one. We have a generic Video Linux installed instead of VESA. We have no mode setting, which means we cannot restrict the frames per second. Good. We'll keep it that way. I have to assume that whoever is using Linux to run my program hasn't set their Linux up properly. It doesn't mean that we can't use their graphics card, it just means that they haven't set it up. That's fine. That's one of the reasons I didn't touch it on this computer either. Interesting. Okay, this is where we're up to now. We're going on to GFX Dev, and we are going to do Vulkan Widget over the next week. Utility development is going to stay as is because I want to do the graphics piece and add the graphics to the items before I take it further. For very big reasons. Due to mouse picking. What, Poppy? Is it that time of day already? Jesus, it is, isn't it? I am getting hungry, yeah. Can I have lamb tonight? Yeah, I'm not going to let you have any lamb, though. You're not allowed to have it. She's looking at me saying, you sod. You cantankerous old git. You're not going to let me have any of your lamb tonight? I think she's just gone off me. Right. We do have an hour if you want it, if you want any questions. We are ready for development now of Vulkan, the next stage. Which will be our first model. We've got an hour. Let's have a coffee. Let's tell you about this model. You're gonna really love it. It's not going to be the final idea, but it's just going to be a model we're going to play with. We don't need the code. Oh, we can leave the code up. There's it. The actual full code is those two there, go and main loop. The setup is the important bit here. Right. I'll leave that up. I'm just going to go and put the kettle on. Yes, meow, you're not getting food for an hour. No, I'm not going to feed you for an hour yet. You got this. You've got biscuits. So what's our first model going to be? I'm going to go make my cup of coffee. I'm going to tell you in about 3 minutes. Oh, lovely. Our first model. Yeah. Our first model. Not doing any more on here. Okay, we can get rid of you. Did I shut that off? Power off. Power off. Power off. Thank you. Computer down. All right. Okay, this is now working again. We know what we need to do. We need to get rid of this keyboard before I make a complete mess of the screen. So, we are, in the next week, going to start developing this buffer. Well, we already have, but more to the point, we're going to put something in it. We know we're using ASIMP. Actually, we'll use that as the head. There we go. So it's ASIMP. Vertex Buffer Design ASIMP. Within 1 week, we have to develop our first model. And that's a wavy line. I'll make it a double wavy line. It's going to be a biggie. This is going to be the foundation model for your world. That should tell you which model we are going to make. A 1 meter by 1 meter floor tile. Now, I've already mentioned this before. This is nothing new to anybody who watches my channel. The biggest mistake, and the mistake that every MMO has made that I've played, well, 90% of them anyway. There was one that I've played that didn't make that mistake. Ultima Online doesn't make the mistake. Any others that I can think of quickly? No, I've played World of Warcraft, I've played EverQuest. I've had the same thing happen to me in both. I've fallen through the floor in both. Guild Wars 2, I've fallen through the floor. Dark Age of Camelot, I fell through the floor. I don't carry these anymore, do I? I've got Guild Wars 2 still. Last Epoch, I've fallen through the floor. Smite, I've fallen through the floor. Path of Exile, I've definitely fallen through the floor. PlanetSide 2, oh my god, did I fall through the floor. But that was funny. War Thunder, I've fallen through the floor. On landing. World of Warships, I've fallen through the water. Not sink, just completely disappeared straight through the water into nothingness below. Everything here, Loop Hero isn't an MMO. Of any description. EVE Online. I have been trapped within a model. Guild Wars 2. I was able to put my camera inside a model and target inside a wall, a keep wall, and target people on top of the wall that could not target me and kill them in PvP. Okay, we can see the problems here, can't we? It's obviously that they didn't get it right. When they designed their first model, they didn't get it right. How they did it was they took a square, which is 2D, and put a texture on it. In my case, a green texture, and then they called it the floor. But hold on a minute. That's not a model, is it? That's a sprite. So when the guys came along to do their physics development, and they did their gravity physics, they did it properly, and they detected the sprite below. But there's a problem. Well, no, there isn't a problem. There is something they forgot. And there's only 4 vertices. There's a vertex there. There's a vertex there. So, yeah, I suppose it is a model. There's a vertex there. There's a vertex there. It's comprised of 2 triangles to make a square. If you are making a square, you don't have to. You can make, in the case of PlanetSide, you can make hexagons, which are 6 triangles each. The geometry you choose is up to you. And it doesn't matter which geometry you'll choose, you'll be bloody well wrong. Because when you join these together, each one of these vertexes has to overlap with the next vertex. So to get another square here for your floor, you must overlap that vertex with the these two vertexes must be duplicated and shared, well, not shared. So there's two vertices at every single point. Now, if you're in a big business and you're making games, the person who designs this model is not the person who programs the physics. Probably not even the person. There'll be another person that does the rendering. So the physics people came along and realised, oh, this is dead simple, it's just a square, there'll be 4 vertices, we just have to compare versus those 4 vertices, and voila, doesn't matter what happens, you cannot fall through the floor, you will land on the floor, your position will be fixed by the floor, and we can have gravity. Wrong. You have to test versus both vertices, not one. Your rendering has to make sure that those vertices are in the same position, exactly the same position. You cannot, and what they do, is join those vertices together and share them. You need 2 vertices if you are to implement this. Otherwise, there's a gap. If there's only one vertex there, there is a gap. If we take that down to say, oh, there's only one vertex here, maybe something got missed in the rendering and there's only one vertex in this position, what happens to your physics? Let's imagine that they got everything right. And they didn't join the vertices together, but still somehow one got missed. Which usually happens with either a buffer overflow or a buffer underflow in this case. It's a buffer underflow error, this one, where you miscount your indices and the last vertex is accidentally missed off a model. And you can't see it because your model's complete. It's just there is this last triangle that hasn't got its final vertex in the right place. And this happens because when reading the model, the last vertex usually ends where the first vertex starts to complete your model. And so the first vertex is already known, and they ask it's an automatic function of OpenGL, by the way. They ask OpenGL to complete the circuit. So that last vertex is never recorded. That first vertex is not duplicated. It's called strips. Triangle strips. It's a mode of rendering within OpenGL which you would use to tile a floor map for a world map for the floor. And how it renders is in triangles. like this. And they don't tell the physics people this. So you have a vertex here. You have a vertex here and a vertex here. So let's call that 1, 2, and 3. You then have 4. No. 3. Clockwise is that way, so it's counterclockwise. So you have 3, 2, 4. Yeah, I was right. That's your next strip, part of the strip. Then you have 2, 5. Then you have 4, 5, 6. And OpenGL will do this for you if you give it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the vertices. There's no duplication. You don't have your 2 vertices. They are all joined together. It's a single vertex strip. And if it doesn't join up properly, you have holes. You also have holes, and this is why you actually get... this is where the hex comes from, by the way. Here we go. We can do this from this one, can't we? It comes from here. Because there's another strip here, isn't there? Oh, it's diamond. How do they put it together? I've forgotten. You get your hex from this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can get your hex out of it by putting a triangle strip in a circular. That's also a functionality of OpenGL. But you need 2. Because when you are testing for gravity, you have to test against the position here, here, over here, over here, over here, over here. You've got to check all of the surrounding tiles at the same time as the tile that you are on. Because you have to check for physics, falling. You have to check to see whether a player falls off a tile down a cliff, maybe. Or you might not want that. You might want to put an invisible fence up here. As there's a cliff on the other side and you don't want your players to jump off it. Whatever. How you manage your gravity is up to you. Why do we need 2? Because one of those tiles may be at an angle. Who said it was flat? Well, I suppose the square's flat. Yeah, okay. But the tile next to it could be at an angle. The tile you're stood on could be at an angle. So you need all of the 4 of the ones for this one, and you need all of the 4 ones for this one to calculate the angle. If they're all shared, you can't calculate the angle of the tile itself. You want mountains and hills, don't you? If you share your vertices, you are going to cause yourself a ball ache of a computational problem finding out the angles, because those are triangles you are dealing with, not squares. Each square is comprised of 2 triangles. So you have your square. It's 2 triangles. So you would probably start... Most people start bottom left. Don't really want to start top... top left's probably better, actually. V1, Has to go anti-clockwise. That's V2, V3, V4. So your indices equals 1, Hathor, 3, a 3, a 2, a 4, and that's a square. These two often get merged. When you get to your next square, you have to use the same formula. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 3, 2, 4, 6 points. But if you merge your points, you don't have 6 points anymore. So if you try and measure the angle at which these face, you have to rely on the normals to these vertices, and the vertex here has two normals. It has the vertex for the face here. It also has a normal for that one and that one and that one. So there are 4 vertices here. There's 4 times vertices, no, there's 4 times normals. 1 for each face that is attached to that vertex. Therefore you need 4 vertices to attach to. Without that information, you do not know. I'll pop it here. Four times normals, 1 for each face. Remember, a normal will give the direction of facing of a vertex with a magnitude. Usually the magnitude is 1. Normals are normalized. Yes, there's a mouthful. 1 for each face attached. Face. Let me just sort that out. Okay. So this is 4 vertices. Therefore, we need 4 sets of vertex information, vertex data. Remember, the vertex data is not the position, and that's where they get it wrong, because they will place a single vertex there, thinking, oh, it only means the position. It doesn't. It includes the normal. 4 sets of vertex data. The vertex data includes the position, it includes the normal, it includes the material. We've already decided that. We know this. And yet, to save memory, to save on rendering time, and that's the biggest saving, by the way, if you can quarter your rendering time by only supplying 1 vertex set of data for that point, your world will run 4 times faster. How many of these 1 meter cube squares are there when you are walking around a map? A bloody lot. Let's call it lots. That's a lot of time saving. And that's why people go down that route initially. Because when they are designing the first part in the graphics, they are trying to get it to run at above 60 frames per second. When they shouldn't be. They want it to run at about 30 to 40 frames per second. You should start there and then work it up. It's easier to get savings than it is to pull it back to 60. But we're going to be having problems anyway. We're going to have to pull it back to 60 no matter what we do, because of the way I program. Now, I've told you why I fell through the floor. Because one of these was angled. And because one of these was angled, if you angle 4 squares, where they meet, they don't. Yeah, the vertices may be at the same point, but the faces aren't, and it's the faces that we are testing for our gravity. The vertex can be there and I can still fall through it. So one of these triangles is not going to meet up because it's at an angle, because you've only got one set of information. 3 of them are not going to meet up because you've only got one set of information. So 3 of these adjoining triangles will not respond to your gravity. Only one of those triangles is solid. Or can be made solid, and that triangle is the one that you took the vertex from to render it. So it shows that people have been struggling to improve performance of map drawing. One of the ways around this is to design a full map model of size X, detail it all out and make it into a single model, which can then just be rendered as a single model on the screen in one single pass. That will give you your whole map, your play map, used in MMOBAs, used in Smite. Smite uses this technique. It has a single rendered map because you are not really there to interact with the map itself. Why they went for this sheet of nothingness and didn't realize this is a 2D sprite, it's not actually a model. Even though it's got vectors and vertices and all the rest of it and all the garbage, it's not a 3D model. It's a plane. And the reason why they all failed was because of that one simple fact. What is the physical size of a vertex? In modelling terms, 3D modelling terms, you go to any 3D modeler and say, hey, you do 3D modelling. So can you tell me, when you do draw a model to scale, can you define to me the actual size of a vertex within that model? And they'll turn around and say, yes, I can. It is size 0. It doesn't have a size. Only a vertex will be misconstrued at that point as a point in space, by the way. The only thing that has a size is your normal. This is the only thing with magnitude. This is the only thing you can measure against for your physics. You cannot measure against your vertex or its position. It doesn't exist. It's a hard concept to realise about 3D modelling and 3D graphics. The position of each vertex does not make the model. It is the lines between three vertices passed through a shader which creates the data for this triangle and the colours that are used within this triangle that makes the model. The positional data of a vertex, that part of the data, is only used to tell your graphics card where a line starts and where a line ends. It's not solid. It cannot be measured or referenced to as a solid thing. A normal, however, can. Because the normal is the direction in which the face is pointing. Which way is up to that face? It's perpendicular to the face. So if this was flat on the ground, this would go straight up in the y direction, in the y-axis. If it was sloped, it would go in part of the y-axis and part of either the z or x-axis, depending on which way the slope is. It could be all three axes. All three axi could have different variations, but that will still give you a vector of magnitude, and as long as you normalize it to 1, you can use that in a calculation to find out whether that slope is enough for a player to slide down by gravity, or if there is enough friction for the player to stand there. Now, I've just detailed to you the whole process of how to make a map. Everything that everybody knows on how map making works. And yet they all got it wrong. How? They all got it wrong because they went for speed. Well, when all of these techniques were originally devised back in the 1980s and 90s for displaying of 3D graphics, solid 3D graphics with flaws which could have physics designed into them, computers were a little tad slower than they were today. Computers couldn't crunch data as much as they can today. So all of these time-saving things were necessary to get a frame rate of 30 frames per second. That was the goal back then. Not 60. Not 144, which is today's goal. Yeah, AAA games. Set out with frame rate, FPS, minimum spec 144. And they achieve it very easily, using techniques that were developed in the 80s, which have failed since the 80s and allowed people to fall through the floor. They have refused because it is an accepted norm to innovate on top of that to stop the problem. And I'm calling it a problem, I'm not calling this a bug. This is an error. They have ownership on it. They were too goddamn lazy. They took ownership and they were too damn lazy to do it properly. Because it had been done so many times before and it always worked and there's no holes in the floor. Honest, because we've covered it all. We've got all our vertices. All the positions are covered. No, they're not. You've missed one. And the worst thing is, until a player finds it, you won't know. The worst thing is, within the first week of all of these games being published, I was able to find it. Without trying. But that was because I knew what to look for. But I knew it existed. I knew it was there. I had no doubts about it being there. A little minute hole is still there. Remember, if you check directly upon a vertex position, there's nothing there. So all you have to do is look at the floor, decide upon what size of square the developers of the program used, and then you very, 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 verily, just touching your forwards movement with as little movement as possible, down to the most minuscule movement you can do, and you walk on that exact spot. And pow! You fall through the floor. You could be anywhere in the world on release week of these AAA games, and you can do it to all of them. It's the first test I do. And it's never changed. I have succeeded on all but Ultimate Online and a couple of others that actually did it properly. And I'll show you what they did. I'll show you the theory behind what they did. I won't show you what they actually did. That's a different matter. That's their business, not mine. Okay. We now know that if we do this plain business, we're going to fail. So what's the alternative? What is the alternative? A model, a 3D model. Well, that's dead easy. It's a squashed cube. So yes, our first model is in fact going to be the floor. So you would be getting something like that. And that is a tile. When you fit these together to make your map, you have just created exactly the same as a plane. Because the only thing that you are actually caring about is that top surface. Your fellow gravity geezers are going to have a better time of things because now they have two surfaces to measure. They have a top surface, which is the surface on top, the map, the thing that you see, and you also have a safety catch, a second surface, a couple of millimeters below in virtual size terminology, because we said we're going to make a 1 meter by 1 meter map. So I'm going to go for 10 millimeters below, that if you miss and start falling through the top layer, the second layer will catch you. But if you use straight sides, it won't catch you. If you go and hunt for that spot there, that's a sheer drop. This is not a solution. You have to redesign your tile. So, we know where it happens. It happens at each corner, potentially. And I say potentially because it doesn't always happen at each corner. It can be 1 in 4. Yeah. Go figure. There's a 25% chance anyway that each corner of any square you can fall directly through. If you make the sides perpendicular, then you haven't solved it. So you have to obviously solve this by making the sides not perpendicular. They can't go inwards, so they have to go outwards. Let's do it. Oh, that's bad. You get something that looks like a key on your keyboard. If you go to that fateful position and fall through, you will now be caught by the bottom layer. And you can then be if you touch that bottom layer, the program can pick up on that and reposition you back onto the top layer. All of that will happen within the frame that the graphics are decided. You will never see the drop. You will permanently be fixed to the floor. The fall through you will never see. You cannot avoid that fall through. That is a bug. The error is not to program knowing that it exists. It's not actually a bug, is it? No, it's not a bug. Sorry. The correct way to deal with it, this error, and its error within 3D graphics design, is to catch using the graphic itself by putting a secondary surface underneath it. You could actually put two planes, and as long as they are both offset and none of these drop through points are above each other, which you can't guarantee, because as soon as you curve one of your planes, the one underneath curves and has to go further, therefore distorting the offset. Do you see the problem? They will somewhere in your world line up and somebody will fall through it. Guaranteed. So you have to make a model. And you have to render the model in full. And you have to have the data for the model in full. Interesting. How complex is that model? We've gone from cube, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 4 is a cube, or cuboid graphics, I'm going to call that. 6 fours are 24. A fully solid cube needs 32. How many does this need? Four on top. At least 4 for each side. They are sloped, but they also splay. You've got let's look at it fully flattened. You've got the top surface is your square, your 1 meter square. We'll use 10 millimeters, 45 degrees, whatever, I don't care. But you've also got this happening. And these are not square. You then have the underside, the catch. So we have an underside as well, which is a square. It's just bigger than the top square. What you cannot do to this square is bend it. So we have an undersurface, which we already know is 6. We have a top surface, which we know is 6, because it's a square. Or a rectangle, doesn't matter which. Square or rectangle, 6. 6 vertices. So we've got 12. We're doing well. We have sides. Which are comprised of a square and 2 triangles. So that's 6, 7, 8 per side. And there are 4 sides. Total 44. Which is 12 out of 30. No, it's 32, isn't it? So it's 12 out of 32. 32 divided by 12 is 3. No. 2. 24. 6, 7, 8. Which is 2/3. 2 2/3 extra. So this is 2 2/3 slower. No, a cube map is 2 2/3 faster. I've got it the wrong way around. I told you didn't need maths. A plane is faster. 10 times. So it's inefficient. Can be done a better way. And this is just designing the floor, our first model. We already have 44 verts just to represent grass on the floor. Given another 20 verts, I can represent a human being walking around. In the original Elite game, the space game. The Cobra Mark III that you flew as a spaceship required 1, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16. 16 vertices. 15 vertices, should I say. As it had to fit into a hex. Hexadecimal. Mathematics. Hmm. 44 doesn't fit really. There isn't a base 44 that I'm aware of. It's the angle of those slopes that matter, by the way. I think, if I remember rightly, they have to be 45 degrees. So the bottom layer has to be calculated to be a certain size above the top layer, and the distance between the two layers has to be a certain size. So you have to have a 45-degree angle on that for it to work. And if the two tiles are angled past 45 degrees, then clipping may happen. So two adjacent tiles can never angulate beyond 45 degrees from each other, I believe. You can probably get past that by going all the way to like 50 or 60 degrees. I think 60 degrees would probably be better, because 60 degrees rings something true in radians. It's an actual radian number, and of course in computers we use radians for calculations. That might be helpful. So to get into a straight drop from a flat surface, you would need two tiles. Yeah, that's interesting. That's where the mathematics of gaming comes in. If anybody wants to do the mathematics of gaming, that's up to you. I'm not going to do it. I'll know when I see it whether it works or not. But you can have a straight 90-degree drop if you do it cleverly. But you have to invert one of your surfaces and allow the other surface that it's adjoining to catch. So the flat surface at the top, before you go off the cliff, will catch. The cliff won't catch, and it doesn't need to catch, so you can actually invert that surface and then place it 90 degrees. If you are using 245s, you get an automatic 90 degree, a bonus. But you may want to angulate from there, so you have to be careful. You might want more than 90 or slightly less than 90, and it works. It works. So what you're actually designing is a Lego brick of type, of sorts. Something that is so generic that when it's inverted and placed on the floor upside down, it creates something different. Now, that could mean you could invert every second tile. That will give you extra safety. And make the system more flexible. That's also an interesting thought, which I haven't programmed before. But there you go. It's just an idea. I'm not saying I'm right. Probably far from it. But I can guarantee nobody's falling through my floor when I've finished with this system. It's 5 o'clock. It's 6 minutes past 5, folks. It's 6 minutes past 5. And we have actually started tomorrow's project. We've come up with an idea. Whether it's a sensible idea or not, we don't know yet. Will it prove to be programmatically problematic? No idea. I don't think there's any such thing. I think programming is about solutions, not problems. We might be onto something. We might be barking up the wrong tree. That would be the second model we make. Anyway, jokes aside. There you go. A little bit extra for you today. Our first model. Everything described. No maths involved except for me counting vertices. Yes, I can count to 44. Aren't I a great mathematician? If you want to be a games programmer, ignore those idiots that tell you you have to be a mathematician. You don't. You don't. You just need to know how to program. Right, we'll go with that. I'm keeping that. Unless I come up with something different overnight. That's what we're going to go with tomorrow. We're going to make that model. God help me. The last time I made a model. 4 years ago. 3.5, 4 years ago. Jeez. We're going to have fun with that. Hey! Me on Blender. Unless somebody comes up with a model tonight and puts it through GIST and gives me it. My dreams will never be answered. How are we doing? Item creation of programming. Okay, that's been added. The Vulkan widgets part 2's there. Part 2, item creation. Where's the Vulkan vertex buffer? Okay, it's missing. So you got a couple of minutes to ask questions if you want to know anything before I sign off. Been a good day. I've enjoyed it. I've upset myself, but I have enjoyed it. still don't know what to do about Discord. Never got to think about it. If anybody's got any thoughts on Discord and how I can open it up to you people so you can contact me whilst I'm not online streaming. I would like to support this as a proper games club. I would like to support it fully, and I would like to help as many people as I can, whilst I still can. I am an encyclopedia of facts, and I will keep my own opinions out of this, as much as possible anyway. There we go, it's here now. We've found you. Okay, Vulkan, Vertex Buffer, Programming Games Club. We went all the way through that. This is going to get easier now because we've covered 90% of the basics for all games. And it's going to be putting the code together over the next month, which will give the very, very first foundation code, static library, that will be able, well, people will be able to use to create their own games fully without any problems. And it's integrated with Qt, which gives good support for libraries. Very, very good library support. If you want me to rewrite this without Qt, I'm quite happy to do so. I will have no qualms with doing that. I will find it very easy to do so. Although I might use a GUI program. I like Qt's GUI. There's a lot of things I don't like about Qt, but the Qt GUI is exceptionally easy to use and good once you get used to it. So we are up to date. I can't upload today's because Twitch says I have to. I'm not allowed to upload it within 24 hours. They have to be given 24 hours of privileged viewing before I can upload it to YouTube. I don't give them that long. I give them 24 hours from the start, not from the finish. So, suck on that one, Twitch. You've never given me a penny for any of this, and therefore I don't support Twitch. Right. You lovely, lovely people. I'm going to let you get off. I'm going to hope. I've been very ill again last night. I was 50-50 on me being able to broadcast today. I am a bit worried about tomorrow, concerned about my capability of being able to broadcast. If my illness continues through this night, I will be completely disabled. Don't worry if I don't show up. If that happens, I will be back on Wednesday, as I will need to take medication to recover. That will put me unconscious for around about 24 hours. I will have a big pile of food ready for the cat for that time period, with lots and lots of biscuits. Me and Poppy were both used to it. It's not a problem. I will be back by Wednesday. I want to get this up and running tomorrow. I'm really up for it. I'm really game for this. And if people have their own projects that they want to bring along, please feel free to do so. I'm quite happy to spend as much time on other people's work as I do on my own. Yeah. On that note, and on that bombshell, I'd like to thank you all for popping by. And I don't know why people use OBS when you've got a graphics card that'll do it for you. Oh, wait a minute. You're probably on NVIDIA, so it won't. Oh, well. Take care, peeps. And have fun.